Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Please find yourself welcomed. I'd like to begin with the Gayatri Mantra. If you know it, you can join along. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being one in which everyone is allowed to express themselves. May this be an inclusive space where we can learn from each other, taking refuge in the unity amidst the diversity of our experiences. Hello, dear Sadik. Namaste, Melinda. Hello, Neon Jello Pack. Hello, Assad. I don't have any plans on starting a podcast right now, but I love that you would be interested in such a prospect, and I would be happy to have such a discussion with you if ever the stars align in such a way. Thank you, dear Haley. Welcome. Radhe Radhe, dear Magdalene. Allow me to further set the intention for this space as being one in which we can come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. I'd like to reveal my question of the day for everyone as I continue to welcome guests. Today I'm wondering from you all, what is a wonderful possibility available for everyone in each moment? Namaste, Greg RG. I like that sentiment, Asad. This is a place of reflection without judgment. Hello, Sue. Good to see you too. Ray, you asked an interesting question. Can someone transcend only mind-wise but not body-wise when you are not body unable? I'm not sure what we're transcending in this case, but we are to transcend our sense of self-dependence on our own body and mind on the spiritual path. Recognize that even if your body is feeling unwell, this does not mean that you are touched by anything physical. And even if your mind is chaotic, this does not mean that your mind defines your state of being beyond it. Now on to the question of the day, dear Purusha's mouth. You share love. I like that. Absolutely. Gardening Grey Gargi, you share to notice each breath and be thankful for it. I like that a lot. Bree, you share breath too. Jen, you share noticing, watching, and looking for interesting things around you. I love that, having a attentive curiosity. Good morning, Lone Wolf. Neon Jello Pack, you share there's always an opportunity to connect with someone meaningfully. I love that too. And dear Sue, you share coming back to the moment, to the breath, back to the true self. I like how many answers involve the breath. Adrienne, you had the breath too. Breathing. Love shares Renvox. And Sadik, you share the world you escape to when life gets too tough. You share as a chronic daydreamer. Absolutely, we have an inner world which and be a soulless, especially when the outer world is not. Hello Nadine. Hello JB. I'm happy to hear that we have had some sort of meeting in the astral planes. Thank you, dear John F, for blessing us with an ice cream cone, friendship necklace, a finger heart, and a tiny yippee. Thank you, dear John F. Namaste. Hari Om Tat Sat. Your answer to the question of the day, by the way, was the chance to love and forgive yourself in each moment. I like that. And Wonka, thank you for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. We did reach 1,000 likes, which is pretty hard for me to comprehend given that we've only begun about 5 minutes ago. There's a lot of tabs on the screen. Never expected, but hey. Gabor, you were wondering if I could give you a soul reading. No generational curse, please. I can tell you that your soul is beautiful because it's the same soul that we all share. On the level of the soul, we are one. We are the same, of the same essence, of the same nature. And there we find unlimited possibility. The soul is what we give to the world. Because a world without soul is just a story, but with no one to experience it. Our experiencer, our witnessing, the abode of awareness, that is our soul, and we watch beauty unfold by giving it attention. Thank you, dear Diana, for your heart, me and team bracelet too. Greetings. Jai Sitaram. Jolly Lap, you're wondering if I can read your future. Only you can decide what's possible. In this moment, we exist in what is simultaneously an accumulation of all past history and the seedbed for all future mystery. What kind of seeds do you want to plant in this moment? And how do you want to nurture the ones already planted before, or weed out from the roots the ones that have festered? Your destiny is defined by you in this moment. Thank you, dear Sadik, for the heart me you sent as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Sadik, also you think that we can't change our state of mind as we want, but you believe we can change the direction it is headed. I love that too. Jane, you share that at the end of life, a lot of people ask us before they leave to be kind to each other. So you'd say, that's the possibility. I love that so much. There are two kinds of people that are closest to our source, and that's those that have freshly come into this world as babies, and those who are on the doorsteps of departure, and we get glimpses into our primordial nature through them. Then you share that now is a wonderful moment. I like that. This moment is the wonderful possibility, isn't it? Diana, your answer was unconditional love awareness. I like that. And Nasad, you had shared the ability to choose their perspective, regardless of circumstance. People can shift their mindset. I like that. And thank you, dear Cookie, for the heart me you sent to. Radhe Radhe. Magdalene, you share growth. Isn't it so? We weren't who we were before the last moment. Breathing, shares dear Marcy. And these shady light you share to love. Breathe, give, see, enjoy. Tattvamasi, you share the possibility to touch reality every moment. I love that. Thank you, D Shady Light, for the friendship necklace and tiny that you sent to. And balloons. And some cloud bread. Thank you. Yahoo! Pleasant Moon, you share change. Wonderful possibility in each moment, available for everyone. Grey Gargi, you share that this moment being the wonderful possibility is why you guess they call it the present. Alright, Master Uguay. Hello, Danzuela. Welcome. These are such wonderful explorations of our question of the day today. I'm very grateful for this. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, dear Sue, for the fire that you sent as well. Ariom Tatsat. Kalisdos. Hello, too. Satira Okami, you share to choose love. Any situation can have more love in it. And I love that you observe how much room there is for love in this moment. And thank you, dear Kalistos, for your rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Andrew, thank you for your W, your pair of W's. I guess it's a quadruple U. Double W. Jai Sitaram. Mantras I use Kalistos or from Sanskrit, and there's some sort of invocation of the divine that exists within each of us. And Satira, thank you for your septet of roses as well. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Dear Syntax, you share that you have so much anger and hatred in you. It feels justified, but it's miserable. What do? Well, emotions are always valid, of course. We might not get to choose what emotions we feel in this moment, but we do choose what to do with them. If there's nothing to do in this moment, then we can be patient with them, understand them, continue to be curious about where they come from. If there's something that we can do with them, like stand up for the voices of the vulnerable or set boundaries, then that is the purpose of that passion. But anger is also a neurological, a psychosomatic, a physiological poison on the body. And that poison genuinely affects us. When anger is in the body, chemicals are released in the bloodstream that begin to trigger autoimmune diseases. Our blood pressure rises, and the tension on our heart is increased. It puts the body into a state of being on edge, That is why they say that anger is like swallowing a poison and hoping the other person dies. But ultimately, it's our own self that suffers because of it. So in any way in which forgiveness can be found, it's not about allowing suffering to continue to happen. It's not about ignoring what should be stood up for. It's about relieving yourself of the burden that has been festering within our body, within our mind, so that we give ourselves a chance to find freedom and not have our sense of peace dependent on another. Thank you, everyone, for exploring this question again. And Sadik, you were wondering if the mantra we repeated yesterday 108 times can be said anytime, or if it was just for Ganesha's birthday. It can be said anytime. Yeah, there's no qualification on that. Michael, you're wondering if I love Indian culture? Absolutely. But it's not monolithic. There are many, many different cultures in and around India. Subcultures. I love the cultures of the world. I'm very much drawn to the ancient, the primordial, and I feel that most easily in Bharat, in the region in and around the Indian subcontinent. Something mystical feels like it happened in the Himalayas millennia ago, and that energy still reverberates around there. Tira, you're wondering if I ever chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. You chant it every day. I love that. No, I believe that's a Japanese mantra from I want to say a Buddhist tradition, but it could be something parallel, like Zen or a Taoist mantra. I'm not sure, but yeah, I like Sanskrit mantras, but I'm just most familiar with them. Back to some answer to the question of the day. Dear Billy, you shared to count to 60 seconds before reacting. Makes a huge difference. I like that. Bjorn, you shared the ability to realize that taking in the moment and truly living and existing is freeing. I love that. And hello the dude. Jai Gurudev Neem Karoli Baba. Wisely you share. Creating your own peace is something that resonates with you. Alright. I think we have explored some wonderful answers together. Thank you, everyone, for entertaining me in such insightful responses. I'm going to pause our question of the day there for now. But truly, I'm humbled to have a space in which there's so much wisdom from everyone here. Consuela, you had shared that your partner found the Ganesha pendant on the ground today and brought it home to you. Oh, I love that. It's the second day of, I think it's 10 days of celebration or so for Ganesha. Very auspicious. I love that. I think I have a Ganesha pendant somewhere gifted to me by my mother. Maybe that's the same one and it somehow teleported to you. We'll see. Callistos, you had wondered what book can teach you all-embracing love. No book can teach you anything must come from within. It can only reflect the way inward. It can remind you of what you have to discover in your experience. One of the books that does that is Be Here Now, as the dude says, written by foremost devotee of Neem Karoli Baba, Ramadas. A great book, and it has pictures. We love picture books. But all embracing love, why would we want all embracing love? We have to know why. Not just because we're supposed to, not just because it makes us feel good, but because the self that exists in me is just as sensitive to life as the self in you. At feeling that I am here experiencing this universe. That same feeling that you've had all your life, I feel too. Even the animals do. And in some sense the trees and the plants too. If we can be perceptive, that feeling of being, then we love everyone as our own self. We recognize that there really is no fundamental difference between me and you. We have different bodies, different circumstances, different minds, but one soul, the soul of the universe. Just as you know how much love affects you and how much love is in you to give, let our love be all embracing as a reflection of who you truly are. And hello, dear Elizabeth. Hello, Lip Sync Queen. Hello, Rianan. Thank you for being here. The dude. Lip Sync Queen, you share that I should start a podcast. Well, I have something even better for you. Something that you get to interact with live. And guide the direction of the conversation too. And that's the space here. And if you ever wanted to listen to it again, all of these live streams are uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. Dear Talon, you bring your love to the live as a group hug. Thank you. I feel that. I would love to, with you all together, read another section of this book that we've been exploring. It's called The Hidden Power in Humans, about chakras and kundalini. We've been going through each chakra, and we've recently reached the chakra on the cover, which is the third eye, the Ajna Chakra. Let's see where we left off. Got it. Only wisdom and clarity of consciousness liberate us from attachment and sorrow. It is as if a curtain has been suddenly lifted away from our mind, and all answers are clearly and plainly visible in front of us. This is the real awakening of the Kundalini. It reveals itself in the growing ability to master the problems and weaknesses from which we suffer, not through some physical occurrence. Be centered in the Ajna Chakra means to be completely clear and conscious at any time, and to act appropriately with viveka, discrimination between satya and asatya, reality and unreality, in all situations. The gifts of clairvoyance, intuition, and telepathy lie in the Ajna Chakra. When we strengthen the power of concentration and learn to perceive all the energy assembled in the Ajna Chakra, our mind can receive or transmit knowledge through time and space. The function of the Ajna Chakra is comparable to a searchlight, which can, through the concentration of light, make things visible at a distance. Those whose Ajna Chakra is opened are at home in all three worlds, past, present, and future. An important symbol of the Ajna Chakra is the Shivalingam. This is a symbol of creative consciousness. We also encountered this astral symbol in the picture of the Muladhara Chakra, the root, indicating the close relationship between the Muladhara and Ajna Chakras. These centers represent the beginning and end of personal karma. In the Muladhara Chakra, the consciousness is at the level of the unconsciousness, and on the path of development through the chakras it is purified step by step until it reaches the Sahasrara Chakra. Perhaps one of the most difficult Sanskrit words for me to pronounce. Sahasrara Chakra, the crown, completely pure. We experience the journey as a process of development from ignorance and uncertainty to understanding and wisdom. In the Muladhara Chakra, the Shivalingam is black, but in the Ajna Chakra, it has a milky white or smoky color. This indicates that the consciousness has to a great degree been purified. This is still not completely pure. It is still pulled in two directions. If the consciousness is led by the intellect, it goes towards the lower chakras and ego. Whereas, when guided by bhakti and viveka, by loving devotion and discrimination, it goes towards the upper chakras, the Atma, the true self. If the consciousness turns towards the world, it becomes cloudy and dark, but if directed towards the Atma, it is enlightened and illuminated. This does not mean that we should withdraw completely from external life. Quite the opposite. Continue to lead your normal life. Work, eat, sleep, live with your partner, live with your family, and enjoy the beauty of life, just like everybody else. Yet, simultaneously remain conscious of your true nature and your divine origin. Perform your spiritual practices daily and enjoy your existence with a pure mind and clear consciousness. To resolve a problem once and for all is certainly not easy. Day by day we create new karmic complications, new waves, vrittis, that arise in the consciousness as emotions and thoughts develop in our mind continuously, and finally deepen into impressions, opinions, desires, habits, behavior, etc. The source of the vrittis lies in the Muladhara Chakra. In meditation, we are able to track down their causes and effects. As we know, The element of the Muladhara chakra is the earth. The roots of vegetation lie within and spread through the earth. As soon as we raise the roots to the surface and lie into the light, they die. Wait, that was poetic, but I skipped a line. The roots of vegetation lie within and spread through the earth. As soon as we raise the roots to the surface and into the light, they die, together with any growth coming from them. This is why the aim is to raise the roots of our problems into the light of consciousness in order to finally remove them. Any problem, whether physical or psychic, material or spiritual, can be resolved through wisdom. Thus, it is important not to suppress or reject problems, but rather to accept and deal with them. Only in this way can they be resolved. To accept means to completely accept oneself and others, and to treat oneself and others with love, understanding, and forgiveness. Understanding others presupposes understanding oneself. To give freedom to others means to have freedom oneself. To make others happy means to make oneself happy, and to forgive others infers forgiving oneself. Just as the final outcome of our actions always comes back to us alone, so it is with our attitude. And just as the cause is found only within ourselves, so too is the solution to our problems. Sometimes we believe that life is no longer bearable and that we are on the brink of collapse because of the immense pressure of our internal and external problems. But it is a mistake to believe that we must manage all alone. In reality, our existence is not borne by us, but by someone else. There is a very good story that epitomizes this. A peasant family had to leave their farm. They packed their belongings onto a cart and set out on their journey. The family sat up on the wagon, and the little farm dog ran beneath the cart in the shade. Soon, the little dog came to believe that it was he alone who was hauling the whole cart on his back. He ran, and soon felt totally exhausted and at the end of his strength. Then he thought to himself, "This is truly an unreasonable expectation that I, the smallest and the weakest, should not only have to run the whole way, but must also carry a fully laden cart. I simply can't continue. I give up." Exhausted, he came to a standstill, and, to his absolute amazement, the cart continued on its way without him. It was only then that the little dog clearly understood that it was not him that kept the cart moving. It was the horse. On occasions, we also moan about the heavy burden of our cares, even though the divine power helps us at all times and would take them from us completely if we were able to place them in the divine hands. But the problem is that generally we do not really want to let go of our troubles and are not prepared to completely entrust ourselves in the divine. I am reminded of a poster put out by Amnesty International in which a room with a wide open window can be seen. Sitting on the windowsill is a dove, ready to fly away, but it has a chain with an iron ball attached to its foot. This is a heart-rending symbol for limitation and imprisonment. The chain and iron ball symbolize our attachment. This is the burden that oppresses us. When we release the chains of attachment, we simultaneously rid ourselves of our inner burdens and can fly away into the sky. But we should be careful not to misunderstand this. To free ourselves from attachments does not mean to walk away from our family or neglect our duties. It is much more about the inner removal of the fear of separation, jealousy, and the desire for possessions and power. To free ourselves from these ties is allied with mental discipline and work. It is hard for us to motivate ourselves, to do without something, to give up something, or to forgive someone. Remove the chains of attachment. Only our ignorance keeps us trapped in dependency, sorrow, and pain. It causes all the problems. Give love without attachment, because real love gives freedom. Namaste. Thank you for listening. We'll pause our reading of The Hidden Power in Humans there for now. We'll continue discussing aspects related to the Ajna Chakra, the eyebrow center, the third eye, next time. Now let's continue with our Sangha, and maybe we can reflect on that or explore conversations resting in our hearts and minds. Thank you. Thank you, dear Deanna, for the 11 roses that you sent while we were reading. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Billy, you had asked, does fate necessarily mean predetermined, or can it happen in the moment? You know, in logic there are two types of disjunctions, which are the fancy, which is the fancy term for an or statement. There's a joke in logic that a wife asks her husband, did you go to the grocery store or did you go to the bar? And the husband says yes. The joke is that just by itself, an or means that one thing is true or the other or both. But there is an exclusive or too, which means that one thing can happen or the other, but not both at the same time. Oftentimes I find in philosophical contexts, we say or assuming it's exclusive, that it must be one or the other. But the answer lies in the inclusive or, and them both being true, just in different ways. For example, is math invented or discovered? Our language is built in such a way that we want to choose sides, but we don't have to. We can find the value in both being true. Let's say, for example, we invent the rules, but discover what we can do with them. We invent the symbols, but discover how to manipulate them. So too, is fate something predetermined or in the moment? Why not both? Our actions shape our destiny. So, if we refrain from making any more actions, then our destiny is predetermined by every action we made in the moment up till now. But if we continue to engage actively in this moment, then we continue to shape our fate too. And thank you, dear Andre, for the finger heart and heart me and quartet of team bracelets too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for being here, Marlon. I know it's late for you. You're welcome to sleep. You don't have to fight to stay awake. JB. And you definitely don't have to use such a respectful term like sir. I hope to see you the same level as me, if not higher, for me to learn something from you too. But I appreciate your kind words. You had asked, why in dreams do you keep decoding so many messages like a never-ending series? I'm very happy to hear that for you. Sometimes it may seem as though our dreams are inherently random. But randomness can also be a sign of something yet to put together, to be put together in some structure, or we have yet to realize a more complex or intricate set of interactions between them. Like abstract art. There are those who look at it and they don't want to put in the effort to try to make something of it. And there are those that wait and are patient with it and go, oh, I'm noticing that there is a conflict between warmth and cold here. I wonder if this reflects some kind of battle for an equilibrium, to find some middle ground, yet everyone wants to maintain their identity without blending in. Who knows? But you have made use of a significant portion of your life that we have in our dream. Our dream state is one where we're no longer collecting information from the external world. Our eyes are closed, our sounds are redirected inward. We experience what we have contained, what impressions have already made its impart on us. Thus, we are sorting out the depths of our very own subconscious. In our subconscious, there are so many fears and desires, dreams and nightmares, finding ways in which we can heal what's in there and make use of the potential of our experience. That's wonderful. And thank you, dear Dagger, for the rose that you sent to. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Welcome. Little Chaotic, you were wondering if I have an opinion on the Divine Feminine. I'm not sure about an opinion. I have experiences. But I tried to keep myself open-minded. When we were babies, there were no opinions. We just were as we were, just experiencing. I like to imbibe that too. And in my experience, the Divine Feminine has become dormant. We have forgotten her nature. And what is her nature? Nature. Mother Earth. And not just our planet. The moon, the stars, the sun. Everything that exists in material existence is maternal existence. You will find a deep, deep etymological connection between many words for the universe and many words for a mother. For example, mother and matter. They're an etymological root. Matrix, which has become a pop culture term for our reality, and matriarch. In fact, the suffix trix means feminine entity. In ancient Sanskrit, Maya and Mata. Maya refers to material existence. Mata refers to maternal existence. She is the whole universe herself. We have forgotten that. We forget why the source often uses masculine pronouns. It's because the feminine ones were taken already. They were taken by creation herself, Prakriti. And she is our mother. Tatvamasi, you share that Maya is love in Nepali. I love that. I didn't know that. How beautiful. User 224, you ask, is karmakara the proper word for laborer, or is this the word that should not be said? I know that karma means action, kara means maker. Kara is a word that can be used in many contexts. Like, for example, ahankara means the I maker. It's used to describe the ego. I don't know the connotation that kara might have, but when we would talk about the division of caste in India, the word for the laborer was not that. It was spelled with an SH at the beginning. By itself, it's not that bad of a word, but it can be used in settings which repress or oppress certain people. And so instead the term Dalit has been used to describe that caste. But karmakara is a great alternative as well. And thank you for saying hello, dear Matthew. Hello. And that's another great example, Tattvamasi. The Omkara, primordial sound. And thank you, dear D Shady Light, for your cloud bread and friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. And your rose, thank you. That's very kind of you. We had done the question of the day, dear Matthew. My question of the day today was, what is a possibility that exists for everyone in each moment? Thank you, dear Anna, for your moderation. I am happy that people are excited to share their experience, but when it seems vaguely relevant to our conversation, it's good to free up some space for some more direct conversation. Chaotic, you are wondering, do I offer any personal teachings? If you're wondering if I have one-on-one calls or anything like that, consider this space as personal. You know, I am with you 100%. Whenever someone inquires about something, they are the focus of my love, my care, my attention for that moment. But if ever there's something that I can't attend to in this space, you're welcome to message me on other platforms too. Like on my Instagram or WhatsApp, Telegram or email. And everything is for free. Always. And not the kind of free where you have to first put in your credit card information. Nor even the kind of by donation. 100% free. Thank you, dear Marie, for your trio of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Martha, you were wondering, what do I do when I have anxiety? The first thing I do is I acknowledge the fact that anxiety is occurring. Sometimes we can get carried away with affirming ourselves, that we end up invalidating our own anxiety. When we're feeling anxious, we tell ourselves, I'm okay, everything's fine, nothing's wrong. And of course we want to feel that, we want to manifest that, but we're also denying what we're feeling in that moment. And that can make the anxiety fester. It means that we're not understanding. So it's good to acknowledge, I am anxious in this moment. Don't feel okay right now. And it's okay to have that acknowledgement. It's okay for me to be curious about the fact that something doesn't feel right yet. And we can begin to work through it. By accepting it, we allow ourselves to have this experience, and we recognize that there's a faculty above our mind which is always peaceful. Even when the mind is anxious, the intellect is not. That's what allows us to make rational decisions, even when we are filled with thoughts that are irrational. How otherwise would we be able to attend to our anxiety if there wasn't something that was peaceful already? Which means that no matter what you're going through, some part of you is always peaceful enough to be able to attend to the rest. And the higher you go, the more peaceful you naturally are. Conversely, the lower you go, the more chaotic the world is. In the hierarchy of experience, the world is the most external. Then the body, then the senses, then the mind, then the intellect, then the ego, and then the consciousness. And at the consciousness, there is 100% peace. At the world, there is 100% room for more peace. So we must travel up to get there. Take ourselves inward from the world through the senses, body, mind, intellect, ego, consciousness. From consciousness downward, we can guide our experience to more peace. From consciousness to ego, we affirm our sense of self, make it inclusive, understand our limitations are not defects or faults, but areas for more growth. From the ego to intellect, we guide our sense of self to the experiences which we've had that are able to provide us with the right knowledge. And with that knowledge from the intellect to our mind, we make the right direction towards what can be done, or towards forgiveness and non-attachment if there is nothing to do. And from the mind to the senses, we bring ourselves towards comforting sights, sounds, tastes, smells, and touch. From the senses to the body, we bring our body where it needs to go. And from the body to the world, we make a difference. So, and if you're interested in the relationship between these structures in this spiritual hierarchy, I made a think about a 30-minute video on an ASMR channel, Yamsox ASMR on YouTube, where I talk you inward, you could say. But the title is Talking You Down from a Panic Attack. Release for existential dread. What we do is we affirm everything from the world to the body to our senses to our mind to our decisions to our sense of self, and we reach the consciousness full of peace. I hope that's useful for you. Thank you, Avis, for your 34 roses. Om Namo Rudraya. Loud Horizon, you are wondering, what does mantra mean? Mantra is a Sanskrit word that refers to the conscious use of sound to invoke spiritual principles. Like the word Om, that's a mantra. It's said to be the root mantra of all mantras. If you listen closely, you can hear every mantra in just Om. Other famous mantras include Om Mani Padme Hum of the Buddhists, or Maha Mantra of the Hindus, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And dear Lila, you were wondering, or Leia, is that right? There is a dot. Leia, you were wondering what my favorite mantra is. Whatever one feels right to chant in that moment. I love having an assortment of them. Just like an assortment of clothing, how you wish to express yourself on that day. Having an assortment of mantras helps us express something very deep on the level of our soul in that moment. HX8, you're wondering if I play video games. I've certainly played a lot of them in my life. I was playing Terraria a month ago or so, but I haven't played since then. And Loud Horizon, you were wondering how often a day I meditate. 24 hours. In this moment. This is a meditation. Anything can be a meditation, as long as you allow it to be. What makes a meditation is your willingness to be involved. When you are one with what is happening. And everyone has experienced this. Like in video games. Let's say you're grinding to get some rare item or a new level or some amount of experience points or something in a skill tree or a certain amount of currency. You might have found an easy or a simple way to grind in the direction of attaining that MacGuffin. So maybe in Minecraft you're strip mining 2 blocks at a time, then branching off left and right, and you repeat this cyclical process. Or maybe you're playing ranked in some competitive game like Counter-Strike, and you keep doing some training of getting your mouse to line up with the enemy. It's that ability to zone out into an action, often a repetitive action, that you lose sense of time or your sense of individual self. You are fully absorbed. That's your meditation. Maybe for others, you find that in music, you can lose yourself there. Or when you're driving a car, suddenly you arrive at your destination and you wonder, where has my sense of self been? Did I make sure to stop at the red light? Here I am. Or in a shower. Or in sleep. Or maybe you find some rhythm while doing some task at your job or a chore in the house. Or maybe while speaking about something that's important to you, you find that flow. This is the nature of meditation. What we think of when we imagine a yogi sitting cross-legged, lotus position, hands in a mudra, back straight, focusing on their breath. That's an asana. It's a meditative posture. But meditation can happen in any posture, any movement even. So with that, I hope that we can come to recognize meditativeness as something which need not have a start and an end. There need not be a point where you're meditating and a point where you're not meditating. There just is. Maybe you find yourself in that flow state, getting dissolved into a traditional posture. That's wonderful. But meditation can happen at any time, any place. Namaste, dear Robert. I'm very humbled that there is anything inspiring in what we share here. Know that on the canvas of this live stream, you have painted in everything that means something to you from within. Thus, all good that can happen is but a reflection of what's possible inside each of us. I'm only honored to have this space where we get to explore that with each other. And dear Andrew, thank you for your disco love too. Om Ganapataye Namah. Matt Itzpidge, thank you for your heartbeat too. Radhe, oh Radhe. Good night, dear Sue. May you fall asleep in peace, and may you wake up in peace. Dear Leah, you share that you just had a big moment of FOMO. Listening here calmed you down. The irony of FOMO, fear of missing out. Sure, we may miss something that happens without, but the greatest thing that we can miss is something within. Let's call that FOMI, the fear of missing in. The greatest treasure in life is the nature of our very own conscious soul. That is all that is being expressed in these worlds, in these bodies. You may miss some way of expressing what's within. but you could never lose what you have to express within. Good, though. You're wondering if I ever listen or watch Sadhguru. Sadhguru is a very provocative figure, isn't he? You either love him or hate him. Sometimes I can't decide which it is for me. But when I do listen to him, I find that his words stick with me, along with many other wonderful spiritual figures around the world. Hello, dear Alice. And hello, Trippy Wildlife Adventure. Neon Jello Pack. You were wondering what I think about the concept of detachment. I like the word non-attachment. To me, it's a little more neutral. When we talk about letting go of attachment, it may come with the idea that we have to become unbothered by the world and therefore uninterested in it, inactive. We just kind of zone out from it and just be a formless blob. But that would be a kind of detachment, a kind of aversion, which is still a kind of attachment, just in the opposite direction. Whereas true non-attachment means a kind of neutrality. We're not trying to run away from anything either. We're fully involved. There really is only one thing to detach from, and that's the results of our actions. That's what Krishna says. For example, in the Bhagavad Gita, poor Arjuna is bewildered at the idea of renunciation. And so he asks his guru, confides in him, what do we have to renounce on the spiritual path? Do we renounce our job? Do we renounce our family? Do we renounce our society and go live in the jungle or in the Himalayan caves? Do we renounce our possessions, our house, our job, our money? Krishna says you don't have to do any of that. Just renounce the outcomes of your actions. And what that means is the secret to being free of karmic bondage. No matter what we're doing, to be peaceful, just let go of what could or could not happen. If you're in any position of making a difference, do your best. That's all you have to worry about. If it so happens that your best was conducive to a favorable outcome, that's great. If it wasn't, it's still great. Because all you could ever hope to achieve in life is your own best effort. That is all we have to worry about. So I say to all those students who worry about good or bad grades, don't worry. Your life won't depend on the number prescribed to your effort, but your own feeling of applying that effort in the first place. It is not grades which takes one far in life. It is the effort itself. You may try your best, and that's okay. So I say to all mothers, That if it feels like the results of your parenting has not been fruitful, even though you have done all that you know, that's okay. Just as a student is not defined by their grades, a mother is not defined by the state of their child, but how much love they're willing to give. You may give all your love, and that by itself is enough. You may be a doctor, and your self-worth is not defined by how many people you save. It's by your ability to show up and listen. Try to make the right diagnoses according to your understanding of the problem, and provide treatment the best of your abilities. It doesn't change the outcome whether we work for it or not, but it does change our freedom whether we can let go of it or not. So we might as well do our best and rest assured that that is enough. To me, this was the nature of detachment or non-attachment, as explained in the Bhagavad Gita, for instance. Thank you, dear Usha, for the hand hearts that you sent to Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, dear Gaia. Hello, Earthling Jake. And you clarify, Sadik, that pushing away would be attachment to the non-real then. What is real is the world. And what is also real is your independence from the world. But attachment in one way or another is still a kind of limitation. Because on one hand, attachment to the world means ignorance of our true self. But attachment to our true self means ignorance of the world. And it's important that we maintain our awareness of both. Our self, our conscious, awareful self, and where it gets to express itself, and that is in the world also. Elizabeth, you had asked earlier about the nature of vairagya. This is a kind of non-attachment to the world. I believe we inadvertently covered your question too, that this kind of dispassion means away from materialistic pursuits of gaining something pleasurable or avoiding something painful. Vairagya means that we know our self-worth and that we are worthy of peace in pleasure or pain. Thus, there is no inherent reason to go in pursuit of favorable rewards or unfavorable punishments. We find divine expression in each moment. Thank you, Lilimar, for your rose too. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. Dear Amy, thank you for your heartmeet too. Radhe Radhe. Diana, you had shared that as a mother of your children. They are your heartbeats, and they mean the world to you, and you did the best you could. Tathastu. It is so. Gaia, you ask, what is being disloyal in my book? Well, I'll have to wait until I have a book. The concept of loyalty is a tricky one to navigate, but I'll say that loyalty means duty to the responsibilities we have. And so, the absence of that means that we fail to recognize the value of our responsibilities and how meaningful they are to uphold. Thank you, Ramhos. Much love to you. Melissa, you had wondered what was my spiritual realization. Is it a gradual process or an immediate awakening like a spark? Each moment by itself is like a spark, but the chain of moments together make a gradual illumination of that spark getting brighter and brighter each moment. So we can point to any moment as a point in which something was immediately realizable. But the sum total of all moments creates a continuum of awakening that continues to blossom. I would love to read from another section of this book together, which is the pocket Bhima Chodron. Bhima Chodron is such a beautiful being, and we're almost done reading this mini book that I like to read a verse from in each Sangha. Today we have yet to read passage number 86. So it's this book I'd love to read the 86th passage from today. Allow me to find that. This passage is short and sweet. It's called A Process of Surrendering, number 86. The journey to enlightenment involves shedding, not collecting. It's a continual process of opening and surrender, like taking off layer after layer of clothes until we're completely naked with nothing to hide. But we can't just pretend, making a big display of disrobing, then putting everything back on when no one's looking. Our surrender has to be genuine. Thank you for listening. That was number 86. The process of surrendering. I love the metaphor of taking off layers of an onion. An onion has so many layers. We start with the skin, with the next layer, and we keep peeling. The deeper we go, the more the tears flow. And the harder it is to peel that next layer. But at some point we reach the center and we discover that the onion was nothing but layers. That what it was hiding this whole time was nothing. So many layers surrounding what isn't. So, what do we have to hide? Thank you for listening. That was a nice interim. And hello, dear Mahina and Lily. Hello, lovely Lily. Have I said that Lily is much like the word Lila? Lila means a beautiful play, a story. We can say that Lily's life is Lily's Lila. Lily's life is Lila's lovely story. And thank you for your dozen roses too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. That should be the question of the day, dear G to infinity. What do we have to hide? Dear Deanna, you had shared that you believe surrender is so important. It does not mean giving up. It means turning it over. Like that. Like when you're sleeping on your pillow and it's just so warm and it's a hot summer's night. Surrender doesn't mean that we have to give up our pillow. It means turning it over to find the coolness on the other side. And thank you, Mahina, for relaying Lily's lovely words. Very welcome, and love you both too. Namaste. Yoga Swara Pratama, you share that. There is no enlightenment. The enlightenment of the Buddha is attributed by his followers. I love that. Very Mahayana. The moment before enlightenment, before nirvana, the Buddha said, no, I will not reach that place, the impersonal realm, to cast myself into oblivion until. Because doing so, I would be carried away from all those whom I need to serve, to help, to guide. The Buddha is like the person that opens the door for you. They are the last ones in the door. Something big just crashed in my kitchen. Someone dropped something. Sometimes it may feel like life is crashing down around us. Alas, the good news is that we were never at the top of the mountain. We have always been its foundation, at its root. That's why when we feel that we are at rock bottom, we are with our true, vulnerable self. Thank you, dear Shakira, for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your quintet of fires. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Welcome, dear Shakira. Thank you for sending happy vibes this warm summer night. You must sleep soon. Wow. May both sides of your pillow be cool. And I love that too, dear Cookie, that there are so many incredible minds and beings here. It's beautiful. Crystal, you had asked if I had a favorite book or a must-read. The only words that you must read are the ones that you write yourself. Because if you don't read those, then who will? We have so many stories to tell that we have yet to give ourselves audience to. At what point will it be time to put down the page and lift up the pen? How long do we cross our fingers hoping that some book will tell us the secrets of our own soul, when it will be time for us to listen closely so that our soul speaks for itself? Crystal, you ask. I mean, your 2 years worth of journals. Wonderful. Of course. Many more. You always find space to express something deep within you, as there is an infinite amount of experience yet to be sifted through. And hello, 9 Calamities. Welcome again. I'm very grateful to have this space in which so many people find comfort. I love to be able to relate in each other's experience. Though we've lived so different of lives, we all share a part in this life. I think this is a good moment for a poem. We read a passage from the pocket Bhima Chodron, a Buddhist monk. Let's read from the pocket Rumi, a Sufi mystic. You love Rumi, dear G to infinity. I love that you do. Let's read this poem that I've selected. It's a bit of a longer one. This poem is called Buttermilk. These creatures of the world exist to manifest the divine treasure. God said, I was a hidden treasure. Listen, don't let your substance be wasted. Become manifest. Your true sincerity is hidden in falsehood, like the taste of butter in buttermilk. For years this buttermilk, which is the body, is obvious and manifest, while the butter, which is spirit, has disappeared within it, until truth sends a messenger, a servant, a shaker of the buttermilk in the churn, who has the skill and the method for churning, so that I may discover that my true self was hidden, or until the words of a servant of that messenger enter the ear of one who is seeking inspiration. The ear of the faithful retains the inspiration, because such an ear is close to the caller. Just as an infant's ear is filled with its mother's words until it learns to speak. And if the infant's ear is not right, it fails to hear its mother's words and is mute. Anyone born deaf remains mute. Only one who hears the mother's words listens and learns to speak. Know that this deafness is a defect. For the deaf ear does not hear the words, and so cannot learn. Only God, whose attributes are perfect, possessed speech without being taught. And Adam, whose God taught without a mother or nurse between, or the Messiah, who was taught by love, and came into the world with the Word, so that he could defend himself from accusations of an illegitimate birth. A lot of shaking is needed for the buttermilk to offer up the butter from its heart. The butter is as invisible as non-existence itself, while the buttermilk has raised its own banner in the world. What seems most to exist is just the skin of something which seems not to exist, but is the source. If the buttermilk has not yet offered its butter, store it away until you can extract the butter. Turn it from side to side, hand to hand, until it reveals what is hidden within it. For this perishable body is the evidence of the eternal, and the babbling of the drunkard is proof that someone poured the wine. Thank you for listening. Another metaphor relating to foodstuffs. In buttermilk, we do not recognize that within there is butter. We cannot taste it. We cannot see it. and we can touch it, but without realizing it requires the skilled artisan to extract the butter from the buttermilk. So too, this body, nay, this whole world before us, is the buttermilk of the source that is butter. It is there, latent, homogeneous, omnipresent, and the potential never ceases to be. But just as buttermilk requires a skilled artisan to find the butter within, so too we require a messenger, a spiritual teacher that is able to show us the source, the spirit within this world, within this body. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your paper crane a moment ago. My paper crane has disappeared. I'm sure I'll find it again. But thank you. What I love about the crane is that it can be surrounded by water for hours at a time. Yet the moment it leaves, all droplets of water roll away, untouched, just like a lotus leaf. It can stand in the water, float on it, and fly above it. Master of all three worlds. Thank you, dear Mahina, for the galaxy you shared too. Hari Om Tat Sat. A very beautiful symbol of all the different lights in the sky coming together to form one mass of stellar evolution. So too, in this space, all of us are like stars in the night sky, seemingly separated by vast distances. But yet, when we zoom out, we are certainly part of a whole galaxy of twinkling souls. Namaste. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the 10 fires you shared too. Radhe Radhe. Gemma. You're wondering, what am I holding? These are hand symbols. They're just like regular symbols, but much smaller. You can hide them in your hand. And they make the most beautiful noise. Om Gring Gali Anamikaye Namah. A beautiful, twinkly, cheerful, warm sound. A great description. Thank you for finding beauty in me, dear Sandy. Beauty deserves to be seen because it completes the soul. Beauty is a gift to the experiencer, because only then can we find a clear enough image to see the reflection of our soul. Dear Sadik, you were wondering what would be my most broad definition of beauty. Beauty is that which takes time to unfold. Beauty is that which, upon seeing, gives one a sense of relief. Beauty is that which lays dormant within everything, waiting for a humble eye to peer through the veil of ugliness to find that hidden beneath. Beauty is that which lights up the world with an invisible light, that which shines freely whenever you walk in a room. Dear Crystal, you're wondering, what are we listening to? Hopefully, each other. But the background music is a playlist that I've gathered from copyright-free sources on the internet. And I love that, dear Diana. True beauty is divinity. There is so much beauty waiting to find the right moment to be expressed, to be seen. That's the thing about beauty, is that it's an interactive experience. Beauty requires an eye. That's why we call it in the eye of the beholder. Nothing beautiful can exist without an awareness. That is why Mother Nature must be pervaded by conscious spirit. Her beauty is an offering to all those who witness it. Gemma. You're wondering, what do I think of intrusive thoughts? That's a funny sentence, isn't it? What do I think of thoughts that are intruding? If any thought is labeled as intrusive, intrusive to what exactly? How should we think about other thoughts? Let them find expression. If not in the world, then in the mind. Not all thoughts have to be expressed in the world. Intruding on your peace, maybe, but that's up for you to decide. As long as we believe that we are the one thinking, then of course we feel great when we're thinking good thoughts and terrible when we're not. But the mind is an autonomous engine. We get to choose the thoughts that we want to find expression through. Just like a video game, which was programmed to have dialogue options. Maybe you're playing a lawfully good character, and so you select the dialogue options that bring out your lawful goodness. Maybe you are playing a chaotic evil character, and so you select the options that bring out your chaotic evilness. And maybe you are a combination of those things, and you select the thoughts that express the way in which you want to play. But you'll go crazy thinking that you are responsible for all options. Options are just that. They appear to you for you to make a choice. Thought arises for you to push the person in front of you down the staircase. It's just an option. Mind you, it's not a very good option. And if goodness is something you'd like to express, then you choose a different thought. But the developer, in order to give expression to all things, provides experiences for you to contrast and compare from. If all thoughts are positive, there'd be no value in consciously choosing positive thoughts. That part of the game would play itself for us. And how boring would that be? Just sitting back, every dialogue option is a good one, you can just flip through randomly, click whatever one, makes no difference if all your thoughts are like that. Because there is such a contrast between thoughts that bring out a limitation or thoughts that bring out an inclusive, vibrant, exuberant expression, then that gives meaning to our conscious choice to choose the thoughts that express the deepest parts of ourself. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your beautiful star. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mischief, you asked, but where are they coming from? Who is programming this thought stream you have to sift through? From nature herself. She is a constant flow of opportunities, seeds for you to plant. Some seeds grow into prickly cacti, others into beautiful lotus flowers. A good botanist will be able to tell just by looking at the seeds how it will sprout. And so you get to choose how you want to create your garden to be. Wally, you ask, are we anything more than cells simply interacting with each other? From the perspective of the physical laws, it appears as though there is only an abidance of deterministic rules. Chemical A comes in contact with chemical B, according to the enthalpy and the entropy, the exchange of valence electrons, certain bonds come apart or come together. Different molecules are changed. Energy is released or put into the creation of some state. Gravity is always on, never has a day off, never chooses to be stronger or weaker, depending on its mood. The color of the quarks in each hadron is always balanced. Red, green, and blue coming together to form white, or red and anti-red. Not once does a quark go, you know what? I want to shine my unique color and exist separately. All the bosons doing their job. Matter moving along the direction in which the force is acting doesn't change its mind. But yet, there is something more than that, isn't it? Not just as though there is an autonomous mechanism we call this universe, interacting according to physical laws. If that were so, then what is this consciousness? If it were a mechanical assortment of moving parts, what need is there for sentience? The universe doesn't have to be aware of itself. If it's just a series of interactions abiding by rules, then you just checked the logic sheet. The flow of choices. That all happens autonomously. And why does there need to be someone observing the process? And if there is someone observing the process, then what would be the point in just watching it unfold without getting to interact with it? These are questions. They're not conclusions, but they're questions. These questions point us to something which philosophers have been asking themselves for thousands of years. If reality is just an assortment of moving parts according to predetermined trajectories and laws, then how do we explain the fact that I am here? There isn't just a body going through the motions of life. There is a conscious experience of it. I may not know to what extent we have freedom to change anything in this experience of life. Clearly, there are limitations. I don't get to decide how fast the earth is rotating. I don't get to decide how old I am, or when my body secretes certain enzyme built by the ribosomes of a cell according to the encoding of my deoxyribonucleic acid. But yet, there is freedom of awareness. Even if this were a movie passing by my eyes, I still get to choose one thing, no matter what. And that's how I identify with the story that's happening. The sentiment that I choose to perceive, in the same way that two people can go into Plato's cave, sit down and watch a shadow movie, and the first person says, "Oh, the actors are terrible." The second person says, didn't mind the acting, but I love the lighting. Wow. Color grading on this granite. What is that, granite? Amazing. Though they watched the same movie, they experienced different things. Therefore, it's up to you to choose what part of this experience speaks to you. I wonder how many people got the reference of Plato's cave. I hope at least one. Oh, good. More than one. Even better. Meli, you were wondering what my thoughts are on the dark night of the soul. Darkness and light for millennia have been used as metaphors for divinity and for spirituality. In fact, the oldest words we have for the divine are Deus Piter, from Proto-Indo-European, which means Father of Light, and Prithvi Mater, which means Mother of Darkness. I don't actually know the original Proto-Indo-European pronunciations, but those are the Vedic pronunciations anyway. Deus Piter is where we get the term Zeus Piter, which is another name for Zeus. That became Jupiter, the name of our planet. I think there is an etymological connection with Prithvi, Matar, and some other words, but generally we have forgotten that the darkness is associated with the divine feminine. Although we're very much aware in other ways that light is associated with the divine masculine. God is light, light is God. Anyway, the dark night of the soul means when the soul is associated primarily with the dark world before us. It means that we feel trapped within material existence, which is dark. Dark meaning unilluminated. A different kind of illumination than the light that comes from the electromagnetic spectrum. It's an inner light. You can do this experiment right now with me. The thought experiment. In this moment, we can recognize that there is light hitting our eyes. And so in front of you, you see an image of me on your screen. But you don't directly see me in this body, even if I were in the same room as you. As for one thing, you're not directly observing the body, you're observing the light that bounces off the body. And you're not directly observing the light, you're observing the electrochemical reaction as it hits the retina of your eye. But even then, you don't directly experience that. There's the electrochemical impulse that travels along the optic nerve. That's not light. And we don't experience that either. We experience the synapses firing in our brains to construct an image according to the electric encoding of our retina. But even then, we don't directly experience our synapses firing. We see an image upon our mind projected. That's not light. At that point, it's a form of consciousness. Perhaps it has been induced through light, but by the time it occurs as a conscious experience, it's only made up of pure consciousness. But yet we still see and recognize the experience as being illuminated. But your brain is dark. There's no light in there. So what's doing the inner illumination? How do we experience the light that comes from within, that reflects upon the canvas of our mind and gives vibrancy to it? That inner light is what is to be found after one goes through the dark night of the soul. In the dark night of the soul, you could have all your lights in your room turned on. You could have the sun blazing in all its glory. But it's not that kind of light which is missing. It's the lightless light that illumines this world from the inside out. Thank you, dear Carrie King, for your fire. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And thank you, Samra, for the hanging lights you shared too. Radhe, Radhe. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the story of Tathagata and the tamarind tree, their Yoga Svarupatma. I think I mispronounced that. Yoga Svarapratama. I'm so used to a yogi who was mentioned in the book we were reading called In Love at Ease, named Yoga Swarupatma, which is very similar. Gardening Greygarji. You are wondering if there are any stories about banyan trees that I know. The only one is about the Buddha and how he took refuge under one. Isn't it so? Isn't the Bodhi tree a type of banyan tree? Or am I attributing it incorrectly? Even then, I'm unfamiliar with the significance of a tree's role in the Buddha's enlightenment. But I listened to Thich Nhat Hanh, a lovely Buddhist monk. Bodhi tree was a fig tree. That's right. Thank you. Thich Nhat Hanh said you can take refuge in any tree, because in the tree is the whole universe. Don't believe me? Hello, Zinan. In a tree, there is water. That water must have come from the clouds. In the tree, there is the clouds. The water was distributed up through the tree's roots by the soil. Hello, Sam. So in the tree, there is soil. In the tree there is light that has come from the sun. So in the tree there is the sun. But we don't have to stop there. Clouds get their water from the ocean. So the ocean is in the clouds, which is in the tree. Therefore the ocean's also in the tree. We've got the whole earth in the tree, the sun in the tree. The oceans are moved by the moon. The moon's in the ocean, ocean's in the tree. Our solar system would not exist without other planets. All the planets are in the tree. Our galaxy wouldn't exist without all the other solar systems. Our whole galaxy is in the tree. Our universe would not exist without all the other galaxies. The whole universe is in the tree. So, Buddhists say, if you know this, you can take refuge in the tree, because in it is the whole universe. And you can do this for a tree, you can do this in a flower, you can do this in a blade of grass, you can do that in a ladybug, you could do that in a rock, in a river, in a mountain. If you are patient enough, you can take refuge in anything. Thank you, dear Anna, for your cloud bread earlier. Namah Shakti Shivaya. No wonder it feels so good to hug trees. I agree, Billy. And Mahina, thank you for your 60 roses too. Om Namo Buddhaya. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your quintet of TGIFs. Many of you are probably in Saturday by now. Radhe Radhe. Oh yeah, that's an element I forgot. And the tree is the air. The air is in the whole sky. Tree is one with the air. Maybe banyan trees inhale really heavy. I know that with their arching branches, they become like a canopy, like a big house for many different animals. An unspoken law that if you need to take shelter under a tree, then you have to share that tree with many other animals who are doing the same thing. Banyan trees, I think they show up in tarot card art a lot as a mother goddess who is one with a banyan tree. And Auntie, you shared that. Connect deeply with yourself and you can see the energy and feel it in everything. And that's why you like being an Aquarius, because you're an air sign, but the water carrier. Like that. All the elements have relationships to each other. From space arises fire. No, well yeah, but I skipped one. From space arises air. Arises fire. No, well yeah, but I skipped one. From space arises air. Namo Buddhaya. Please let me know when I have returned, as my connection cut out there for a moment. Thank you. Thank you, Mischief, for your W. Meow. Jai Sitaram. It said that earth arose from water, water arose from fire, fire arose from air, and air arose from space. But where did space arise from? There are 5 tattvas, 5 elements, 5 bhutas. But we can take this genealogy back 4 more steps. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna reveals, for example, earth arose from water, water arose from fire, Fire arose from air. Air arose from space. And space arose from mind. Mind arose from intellect. Intellect arose from ego. And ego arose from consciousness. Those extra 4 steps are called the Antahkaranas, the inner elements. In the beginning there was consciousness. From consciousness, ego arose. Descending from ego, intellect. From intellect, mind. From mind, create space. From space, air. Air, water. No, air, fire, water, earth. Billy, you share that you wonder why earth, wind, and fire left out water. A good question. Maybe they just didn't want to get wet. Or they had spent so long trying to drown their sorrows that they had to ground themselves in the earth, center themselves with their breath, and ignite the world with fire. Yoga Swara Pratama, you had shared that you believe nobody can help anybody in terms of spiritual matters. Indeed. But remember that because we are all one, we are ultimately helping ourselves. But that help can only originate from the knowledge that we are one. Thank you, Carrie King, for the rose you shared too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Melinda, thank you for your finger heart too. Radhe Radhe. Deanna, you had shared that so many individuals do not believe in the invisible nature of life. Of course not, as they believe seeing is believing. But they forget that it's not what you see that makes it believable, it's the fact that you can see. Seeing itself is invisible. From where that sight originates, the seer can never be seen. Bubbles, you would like me to read chapter 5, verse 8 to 9 of the Gita. You love that one. I would love to read that too. actually love to read the original Sanskrit, which this version does not have. Allow me to get one that does. Verse 8 to 9 of chapter 5. I'm using this dense one that has so much commentary from the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Om naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavit pashyang shrinvan sparshan jighran ashnan gachan svapan svasan puralapan vishurjan grhnan Unnishan nimishan api indriyan indriyarteshu vartanta iti dharayan. My goodness. I think those are some of the most hard to pronounce verses in the whole of the Bhagavad Gita. Looking at all the consonant clusters. Anyway, here it's translated to: a person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping, and breathing, always knows within themselves that they actually do nothing at all, because, while speaking, evacuating, receiving, or opening or closing their eyes, they always know that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that they are aloof from them. There's some commentary too that I can read. A person with this knowledge is pure in their existence, and consequently they have nothing to do with any work which depends upon 5 immediate and remote causes: the doer, the work, the situation, the endeavor, and fortune. This is because they are engaged in the loving transcendental service of the one within everyone. Although they appear to be acting with their body and senses, they are always conscious of their actual position, which is spiritual engagement. In material consciousness, the senses are engaged in sense gratification, but in higher consciousness, the senses are engaged in the satisfaction of the higher self. Therefore, a person with this conscious knowledge is always free, even though they appear to be engaged in affairs of the senses. Activities such as seeing and hearing are actions of the senses meant for receiving knowledge, whereas moving, speaking, evacuating, etc. are actions of the senses meant for work. A conscious person is never affected by the actions of the senses. They cannot perform any act except in the service of the divine, because they know that the divine is the eternal. That you are the eternal servitor of the divine. Tattvam asi. You ask, what exactly is tattva? Many times where it's used, you feel it's not just elements. No, a better translation would be principle. The bhutas are the elements. And each element is a kind of principle. But there are many more kinds of principles than just the the Panchabhutas, which are the 5 elements. Like there's the principle of the transmission of knowledge from a spiritual teacher to a disciple. That's the Guru Tattva. And nope, that was my only example. Well, there's also the 4 tattvas of the antakaranas of manas, mind, buddhi, intellect, ahankara, ego, and citta, consciousness. Thank you, dear Melinda, for the finger heart you sent earlier. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. That's another great example. Tattvamasi. Tattvajnani. The knower of principles. And thank you, It's Law Goggles, for your heart meat and 20 roses. I love your name. Ram Ram. And Tattvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses too. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Marshmallow, you were wondering if you should get therapy? To me, life is not about shoulds or shouldn'ts. The question is, would it benefit you? And the answer is yeah. Even if you feel like you have everything together. Some people incorrectly feel like therapy is an admission of having fault, that there's something wrong with you. But even great successful people have therapists too. It always helps to have someone that is trained in the nature of the mind. Just as even if you're physically healthy, it's good to have a doctor, a family doctor, for example. Having a doctor doesn't necessarily mean that there's something wrong with you. But in case that there's any area of improvement for your health, they can help with that. So too, a therapist is like a mind doctor. Going to one doesn't necessarily mean that you're mentally unhealthy, but they can help you with things that can be made more healthy. And there are many, many, many different kinds of therapy too. If one kind doesn't work, recognize that there are different modalities that may. Hello, Cynthia Berry. Welcome. And there are different kinds of therapists that may be able to understand you more than another too. And hello, dear Olivia. And yes, you figured that out, Greg RG. The word for elements was Buddha, which sounds very similar to Buddha. I could be more clear with my T's and my D's. And Crystal, you had shared that therapy is like dating as far as finding the right one. That's very funny. Good night, Annika's world. Namaste, Dr. Jenny. You were wondering if Buddha and Buddha have any kind of similarities. There is a possibility. Yeah, they could be etymologically related. Not sure what the connection would be. The root of Buddha is Bud, which means to awaken, to understand. Whereas the Buddha is referred to the physical elements of space, air, fire, water, and earth. Of course, you could probably relate the idea of understanding to anything, since it's important to understand. But as far as the elements having to do with awakening, what we have to awaken to is that we are not the elements. Like in the Ashtavakra Gita, Ashtavakra says to King Janaka, you have to awaken to the fact that you are not earth, water, fire, nor air, nor are you even empty space. You are pure awareness, the witness of these. And Greg RG, you share the Buddha is like the master of the mind, and as we discussed earlier, mind is above the elements. That is true, that's a good connection. The Buddha was also said to have performed a miracle where columns of fire and water shot out from his being, and he was able to make the earth shake too, like an avatar. Which is true in many ways, since avatar as a Sanskrit word means a dissension of the ultimate reality. But also like the show Avatar, a master of the elements. Maybe that's another connection. Hello, dear Dansuela, welcome back. Elements are sacred. I like that too, Hybrid Gem. Dr. Ginny, you share, isn't it so that our bodies are an accumulation of all the elements? Indeed, it's said that the body is made up of 19 elements. 5. Am I counting this? No, sorry. 14 elements. There's the 5. No, actually, yeah, I was right. 19. There's the 5 physical elements, which include space, air, fire, water, and earth. And those are the 5 bhutas. Then there's the 5 karmendriyas, which are the organs of locomotion, including the ability for, well, locomotion by our muscles, digestion, excretion, vocation, secretion. Then there's the 5 jnanendriyas, which are the 5 organs of perception: sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell. And then there are the 4 antahkaranas, which are the mind, buddhi, which is the intellect, the ego, and the consciousness, altogether comprising 19. 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 4. Some people add another antahkarana to make it 4 sets of 5. They add the jiva, the soul. But other people say that the soul is just made up of the other elements, and so there's no need to differentiate it. There's a interesting number, 19. It's a prime number. Yeah. You know, Avatar is a great show. Craig Archie. Great writers. They clearly understood these concepts. Sometimes when you watch a show that has spiritual elements, you can tell that the writers are expressing just a kind of pop culture understanding of it. But I have trust that if one studies these kinds of things and you go and watch Avatar, you go, wow, these writers really knew something. Avatar: The Last Airbender, that is. Tiny Bunny Official, you were wondering where you can buy a good Japa Mala. Well, I've tried to get them from Amazon, and the times that I've got them from Amazon, I was always duped. There would be less than 108 beads, or it would be much smaller than I thought it would be. So I've had to find a local store. And then I go into the store and I take it off the shelf and I count each bead one by one. Gotta make sure. So I hope that you'd find some kind of store near you. But otherwise, one of the most practical features is just having nice tactile beads. And for that, I'd recommend having fun making your own. I would love for you to have fun making your own Japa Mala. Not that hard, really. It's just a little time intensive. The 108 beads and the Guru beads, throw some tassel on there, which is really just a bunch of strings tied at one end. So that while you're doing japa, eventually you feel the tassels move through your fingers. But if you wanted to get one with material significance, And I would recommend, I think Etsy I saw was mentioned. Someone who makes them, you could be in contact with the seller. That'd be lovely. Or if you have, for example, a temple nearby, you can ask them. Oftentimes, I like the Hare Krishnas, ISKCON, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. They sell Japa Malas made out of tulasi. But that's about the extent of varieties that they sell. Purusha's mouth, you share that you had made your own with lotus seeds. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. I didn't even know you could do that. I'm really curious what lotus seeds look like. To search that up. Oh wow, they are round. Oh, how beautiful that is. I'd never seen them before. Dansuela, you share that your mala just broke, which gives you an opportunity to learn to repair it. That's a good positive reframe. I remember when a mala of mine broke, I was counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, blah, 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 all the way 107. I thought, oh no, I'm missing one. Where's the 108th beat? Couldn't find it until like months later. Suddenly I found it. You're welcome, dear honey bunny. I hope that you have a wonderful time looking for a mala, discovering one that speaks to you, or making one too. I used to have a stuffed animal named Bunny My Honey. I was very good at naming my stuffed animals. I had a bunch of different bunnies. There was Carrot. There was Lettuce. There was Bunny My Honey. And then there was Bunny My Honey Honey. And then there was Cutie Pie. And when I was younger, I would put each of my bunnies to sleep. And the smallest one, Cutie Pie, I'd just use a tissue. And I'd use that as a blanket. And I'd roll up a sock, and that would be the pillow. And then when my family got real bunnies, which actually turned out to be rabbits, not domesticated, but hares, I named them Volcano and Backwards, as in the geological formation, and the direction, which is opposite to forwards. You thought I said Beauty Pie, Sadik. No, his girlfriend, Cutie Pie. Actually, they're married now, aren't they? Not just dating. And they have a child together. Backwards had to have been a G. You know, they were very wild. You know, they were absolute rabbits. Didn't care much for human interaction. Unfortunately, I think the neighbor's dog ended up killing Backwards. I think he was agitated because he got stung by a bee and then jumped over the fence, and then somehow in that panic ended up hurting backwards. I was very sad, very young, and I used to pray at night, and I would pray that all of the pets that had died would get lots of food in heaven. And I'd remind God every night to feed them, in case God forgot. Make sure they get lots of food. Linda, you had shared that there are wild bunnies around your neighborhood. I love that. I think it's just such a wholesome experience to see a bunny. There's a bunny that lives in my hedge, and whenever the bunny comes out, it's like, oh, life is good. Here's a bunny. You know? There's some animals that you just see and it's like, nice. You know? Like a bunny. I'll add to that butterflies, dragonflies. See one of those? It's a good day. Even a ladybug. Or a nice deer. Big fan of deers. Honeybees, I like that, Carrie King. Yeah, you see a nice chubby bee, it's like, oh yeah. Nature is nature, and we love nature. A hummingbird, you hear that vibration of the wings. Good vibes. And then there are other animals where as you see them, maybe you'll get very scared. You see a bunny in your yard, it's lovely. If suddenly you see a tiger in your yard, especially if you don't live in a place where there are tigers, you know something's up. But if you're like me, or Anna, and you don't have a good survival instinct, you probably think, kitty cat! Psst, 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 psst. Come here. And I would hope that my tombstone would reflect that. Tried to pet a very big kitty. Melinda, you've got peacocks also, and they sound like cats sometimes. I love that. Yeah, you know, there are two places in my city where there are peacocks too. And that's in a nature reserve, and that's in a park, and it's pretty cool just walking in that park and you see peacocks. But then there was randomly the campus of my university. I don't think anyone really knows how they got there, but peacocks would just walk around in between dormitories, and so you'd be going to class and you go, oh, peacock. That'd be pretty cool. I love peacocks. When I was really young, at the Calgary Zoo in Alberta, I was terrified of this peacock that appeared to be chasing me. So I crawled underneath a table and the peacock came closer. Came really close, and then it plucked out a peacock feather And then it left it on the ground and walked away. And I was so amazed at the colors of that feather that I kept it and I put it in a little box. I wonder if I still have it somewhere, but it was lovely. Matthew, you shared that one time you had a bee lying on the floor. So you ran inside, got it some honey, and it was happy. I love that. It feels good to take care of nature. I remember having a dream that I was talking to this bee, and the bee said, it asked for permission if it could live in my room. And I was like, yeah, of course. Make yourself at home. No, it was a wasp, I think, actually. Yeah. And then when I woke up, just a few minutes after I woke up, through the window, a wasp came. And I was thinking, did we have a conversation? Did you just ask me in my dream if you... Anyway. And it went to the same place in my dream where I wanted to stay. Thank you, dear Sarah Lynn, for your heart meet. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your disco love. Radhe Radhe. I had another dream like that, also on my university campus, where I had slept over at a friend's dorm, and I got like 3 hours of sleep. And they had to leave their room and lock it for whatever reason. And so I had about 2 hours to kill before my first class. And it just wasn't enough time to get back home to sleep because I was exhausted. So I went into the woods and I found a nice grassy patch or a mossy patch underneath this log. And I curled up under the log and I had a nap. But while I had a nap, I had the wildest dreams of this deer that came and was asking if I could stay forever. The deer was like speaking for the forest and was like, we love you here. Can you be here forever? And then I watched this time lapse of my body decay and turn into old gray hairs. And then eventually just my skeleton was there. And that really spooked me. And so I woke up. When I woke up, there was actually a deer about 20 feet away. And it was the same feeling. I was like, did we just... And I got the hell out of there. I didn't want to stay there forever. Only until my next class. But it's moments like those, where you feel like there's a deeper connection we have with nature. Animals seem so good at communicating in ways that we seem to have forgotten. Which is ironic considering our human language is so advanced and complex, yet we lack the ability to understand our fellow animals. Thank you, dear Amy, for your friendship necklace too. I want to do a mantra for Pashupati, which is the Lord of Animals. But I'm not sure how to turn that into a dative form. I'll just say, Jai Pashupati. Hold of love, you share that. Do you think if neurodivergence were more important in society, we would study that more? I love that. There does seem to be a deep connection between neurodivergence and animals. I know that if I had a lot of money, I would probably invest in a lot of research surrounding animal and human language and interaction. I think it would be wonderful to have a system of communication of some sort, because no doubt they are intelligent creatures, just in a different way than we are. A lot of their intelligence is spent just on surviving. But every now and then, when given the chance to play, you see such a creative process emerge. Welcome, dear Nate. I'm always impressed with my mother's ability to communicate with animals. And because I look a lot like my mother, I think a lot of animals around my house just assume that either I am my mother or I can understand them in the same way. For example, my mother takes good care of the hummingbirds around, but my mother's always having conversations with the hummingbirds. And they're talking back, and my mom will go, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, and then I'll be sitting in the same place she was a few minutes later, and the hummingbirds will come up and they'll start talking to me, and I go, what? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want. And then they'll fly over to the hummingbird feeder, and then they'll fly over back to me, and I go, oh, it's full. There's stuff in it. And they fly back over, okay, I'll take a look. And I'll look, and there's wasps sucking on the sugar water. I go, wow. I just had an interaction with a hummingbird, That hummingbird correctly identified that I could be a caretaker of this, and that because they couldn't drink with the wasps there, that they came to me for help. Wow, And you see those videos online of really desperate mama animals coming to humans and just dragging them into some habitat, and then you find their baby is stuck. Or they can't reach some food source, or something's preventing them from getting to their water source, and it's like, clearly, we are one with nature. We just have forgotten that. I think one of my favorite animal videos is the elephant who's standing behind this woman, and this elephant slowly reaches and grabs her hat. Yoink. And then when the woman turns around, the elephant hides it. And then when she turns back around, he goes and puts it back on her head. Or the videos of dolphins who help get the phones that were dropped in the water, bring them back up to the surface. And of course, there's so much to say about monkeys and other primates. I love the video of the monkey who just has its hand out like, come on. I see that you have fruit in your hand. Just, come on. I'm not gonna wait anymore. And then you give them the fruit, and then the monkey has something back for you. Here, you take this. Jane, you had shared that you have so much empathy for animals. They're so vulnerable, so you respect people who take care of them. Absolutely. And Sarah Lynn, thank you for the let him cook earlier too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And I love watching animals have conversations with each other. You just wonder, what are they talking about? But it's clear there's some information being shared, like in the movement of a squirrel's tail, or in the frequency changes of a crow's caw. Hello, Hunter Chris. You shared that it's been a little over a month since you lost your friend. I remember things haven't gotten easier, only harder. You missed your friend. It's natural. And yeah, in many ways, it doesn't get easier. Because the pain is still real. And it always will be. But that doesn't mean you're going to be in pain for the rest of your life. We begin to learn how to carry that pain with grace. And that pain can intensify, especially in the beginning too. Although I'm sure that it feels like a long time for you. When you're in pain, a month is a long time. But in how much life you have to live, still a beginning unfolding as we come to really understand and process what it truly means to lose someone. But that grief is a process. And you're in the thick of it right now. But that's very real. You know, you are vibrantly alive. You are so alive that you know the preciousness of life. And although we never wish for someone to experience loss, we can be grateful of just how precious it is. And that realization very much comes, an obvious one, through these experiences. I'm so happy to see how much love is shared between you all. And along with many other people here, I send you my love too. You shared that you don't feel alive though. You feel like you're just existing without him, without his laugh and jokes. And I'm sure that you would be so honored to know that his laugh, his jokes, his love, his presence brings so much love and light into your life. So much so that for you he became a part of life. And without that there, it seems like life is incomplete. But all of his love, all of his light, it had to go somewhere. Not like he popped out of existence without a trace. Instead, every aspect of his being became one with life in a very real sense. That you know how precious it was to hear his laugh. And so that lives on through you. The fact that you knew how much happiness he brought out in you goes to show that it's still happening. Otherwise, we wouldn't recognize that. Like those who can point to a happier time, the fact that you can point to that proves that you still know what it feels like now. Maybe it's more like an echo, a reflection, but it's still alive. Perhaps not in a physical sense, but in a spiritual sense, he is more than alive. And thank you for keeping him alive through your memory, your love, and know that love once given never be taken away. Thank you, Giannis, for your rosa too. Ram Nam Satya Hai. And thank you, Kichi, for your half a dozen roses too. Radhe Radhe. I love how much wisdom is flowing in the chat. Full of love, you share something very practical. Talk about him, honor him, feel him guiding you. I love that. And with that, Hunter Chris, I would love to hear any stories you ever would have to tell about your friend. Any jokes, any ways they would make you feel. You're welcome to share them here. And hello, dear Marlin. You are still awake. I trust for you to get some sleep soon, though. Hello, love. You had asked, as a spiritual person, why are you being guided towards? And then the comment got cut off. But I can imagine how the sentence would go from there. Why are you guided towards non-spiritual things? You can consider that a challenge. Our senses, they point outwards, not inwards. And our spirit is inwards. All our energy flows from within to without. So it feels like we are being pulled into the world of forms, because we radiate in that direction. Light travels from a source into the darkness. Light is pulled into the darkness to light it up. But the light source ever remains still. And as long as we don't get caught up in what's coming from us, and we remain in that center, and we continue to radiate light without ever losing our spirit. It feels like what comes from us is us. But we have to be careful not to identify ourselves with the expression of ourselves. The expression of ourselves is what radiates from us. But we are forever still, forever the same. Thank you, Kichi, for your dozen roses too. Radhe, Radhe. And I love that, Matthew, that everyone loved is a call away from the heart, physical or non-physical. Thank you, Koli, for your heart, me too. Hello. Om Durgai Namaha. That was a nice Radhe Radhe, Gregorji. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Alright. I believe it's a good time to start bringing this live stream to a finale. With that, I have some things I'd like to go through together. The question of the day, a short reading, and then some mantra japa as our meditation for tonight. But before that, I have to stop the earthquake, which is my phone vibrating. And answer Charlie's question because it's important to me. How does one take themselves out of a spiritual crisis? Technically speaking, there is no such thing as a crisis in spirit. Because in spirit, you discover that you are whole, that you are one, that you are free. Crises exist on the level of the material, in the world, in our body, and in our mind. But our spirit, which is beyond these things, is forever untouched by them. Perhaps a spiritual crisis may refer to conflict of different perspectives surrounding your spirit, that you do not know which is right and which is wrong. Remember that spirit is one. No matter how it's expressed, all of the different ways of coming to understand it is just like the different ways up a mountain top. You may get the impression that if you travel from one direction or another, that you'll reach a different place. Even though, long as you are going higher, eventually you will reach the top. So too, you needn't worry about which path takes you to the top. Whatever one you find best suited for your disposition, whichever understanding of yourself takes you higher and higher towards the source. That's enough for you two in this moment. And Terror Eric, you were wondering, is Jung a powerful teacher or something else? If you see a teacher within him, then that must mean that you are learning something. There's a powerful teacher within everyone. We just have to be a universal student to realize that power. Jung did great work on the collective unconscious. His work on archetypes, and I think that's beautiful. Now I have a question for all of you. If it interests you, if you'll entertain me, I'm wondering, what is a wonderful possibility available for everyone in each moment? Thank you, Giannis, for the friendship necklace you shared. Radhe, oh Radhe. And Gary King, thank you for your tiny tiny. Yippee! And Charlie, thank you for your 10 roses too. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And dear Eden, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, dear alcoholic Jesus. Some answers to the question of the day. Love, you share. Sleep. Rest is available always in different ways. Sometimes less physical and more mental. Sometimes less mental and more spiritual. Presence, shares Crystal. Their source energy, shares Sakura Woods, if I pronounced that right. You echo the sentiment of present, shares Purusha's mouth. And Diana, you share the possibility of it is unconditional love. To take it all in, shares Samura. And simply love, shares Anonymous. Dr. Ginny, you share the ability to change your mind. And Matthew, you share a new moment. Dansuela, you share finding space to ponder the present moment. And Told of Love, you share breath. And Billy, you share to be asked this question and to think of an answer. I love that. Eric, you share the opportunity to laugh at every obstacle or otherwise. Empathy, shares Alcoholic Jesus. Much love to you, Diana. Night Storm, you share the possibility of kindness, compassion, empathy, and unconditional love. Gary King, you share a wonderful possibility in this moment is to breathe. I did pronounce it right, Sakura. Oh, good. And Told of Love, you share witnessing the present form of the universe. And dear Magdalene, I love your poetic answers as always. A reclamation of sovereignty. Those are some good words. Watch Yam saved live streams. Shares Cookie. I wish that was a wonderful possibility available for everyone in each moment. But there definitely were times where they did not exist, and there will be a time where they cease to exist too. And there are people that unfortunately do not have access to them. But this assumes that they're wonderful, and I could never make that assumption. I could only hope that there is wonder to be found. But thank you, Cookie. Billy, you had shared a chance to learn and to shift perspective. Absolutely. And Starlight, wow. You shared whipped coffee and a cloud bread for me. Thank you for that. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Ibi, you share to be alert that you are one with God. Thank you, Starlight. Wow, for your DJ glasses too. That's very fun. Namo Rudraya. I'm sorry to hear that, dear Jay Lastly. It's never comforting to go through a separation, but it can be a wake-up call to the ways in which we can learn from our mistakes, and a reminder of our values, and that if we trust them to find their own happiness, then we value their judgment and love them through the space that we can offer them. Thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your quintet of finger hearts too. Ram Ram. Peace, shares Charlie, to the question of the day. And Samar, you share that you've been spending moments trying to understand everything in a different way than you once did. Giannis, you had shared gazing the sky, laying down with your animal friends. I love that. Friendship, shared Dr. Jenny. And Anna, you shared learn to dive to the bottom of the sea and bring someone with us on the way back. I love that. Like Harry Potter. Remember when he got Ginny? Diana, you share that your heart is so full of love right now because of each and every one of our presences. I'm honored to be a part of the fullness of your heart. It does sound very hard, Jay Lastly. The most we can do when someone does not wish to hear us out is to affirm to them that there are many things that we would like to tell them, many things to affirm them by. And if they have a moment to listen to that we're there for them, and we let that offer stand. Anywhere, more generally, in which love is not received, we offer the space with trust that whenever they are ready, they will ask us. And Jane, your answer to the question of the day was the possibility to realize that we are all made of the same dust. And I love that too. Thank you. I think I'll pause the question of the day there on such a beautiful note. Thank you. Jerry King, you had added to just unconditional love. Marshmallow, you were wondering what ADHD means? Well, if you're wondering what it stands for, I believe it stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, which, you notice, are all qualities that someone perceives from the outside of your experience. Or from the inside of our experience, we might refer to it in different ways. The outside, a deficit of attention, might be something that we're paying attention to on the inside. From the outside, hyperactivity instead may feel from the inside like the inspiration to express oneself freely. And from the outside, what may appear as a disorder may appear on the inside. Spontaneous order. Thank you, dear Deanna, for the 11 roses earlier too. And Gary King, thank you for your rosa. Radhe o Radhe. So I guess you could say inner attention, inspired expression, spontaneous order, which is IAIESO. IASO. Right, I'd like to read to you all, since we're nearing the end of our Sangha today. We'll end with a reading and a meditation. Let's continue reading about the Ajna Chakra, which is the third eye. Ajna being the Sanskrit word for visionary command or a knowledgeable sight. And that's right, Vivek. Paying close enough attention to the roots of Sanskrit words, we can find their meaning expressed in the symbolism between bringing different parts of the speech organs together, like our tongue and our throat and our soft and hard palates, teeth and lips. They all represent something, and the ways in which they relate to each other. probably going to hear many Sanskrit words as we read through this passage too. But Vivek, you were wondering where you can find a source on that. Sri Aurobindo is a great source. In fact, I actually have Sri Aurobindo's description of the meaning of Sanskrit words here. That's upside down for you. Each letter comes with a meaning. Like there's Ta, which represents hardness, force, crudity, rajas. That comes from Sri Aurobindo. But if you're wondering where that comes from, it's because there's 5 places of articulation in Sanskrit. There's the gutter, the soft palate, the hard palate, the teeth and the lips, which corresponds to the 5 elements of space, air, fire, water, and earth, and 3 different combinations of elements, namely rajas, tamas, and sattva, passion, darkness, and purity, which correspond to the 3 qualities of sound that we can produce at each position, which is pulmonation, whether we restrict the flow of air, aspiration, how much air we use, and voicing, if we use our voice or not, if we just use breath. So since the soundscape of Sanskrit is isomorphic, having one-to-one correspondence with the relationships between the 5 elements and the 3 qualities which animate the elements, then we can discover what each sound means too. And this can be done, of course, through meditation. We can feel what it is like to bring our tongue to the soft palate. What kind of motion is that in the sound cha? Compare that to the same place of articulation, but the semi-vowel ya. You'll notice that there's a different kind of relationship between our tongue and our soft palate. What kind of relationship does the tongue has to have with the soft palate to produce a sound like cha? Does it make contact? How hard? Or with ya? What kind of space is there? How do they approach? Does it begin slow and end fast? Or does it begin fast and end slow? How do they separate after 2? In this way, we can explore the laboratory of our own mouth and do experiments that way. But one of the most prolific experimenters was Sri Aurobindo. Anyway, let's continue reading about the Ajna Chakra. The lotus in the Ajna Chakra has 2 petals only. Each chakra is associated with a lotus. The 2 petals of the 3rd eye stand for Gu, which represents darkness or ignorance, speaking of the meaning of Sanskrit sounds, and Ru, which represents light and knowledge. The 2 syllables from which the word Guru, master, is formed. They also bear the mantras Hum and Ksham, which represent the sun and the moon, the masculine and feminine principles, Shiva and Shakti, Purusha, consciousness, and Prakriti, nature. And speaking of Gu and Ru, Gu is formed the back of the throat in the velar region, which corresponds to space, which of course is the element of darkness. Ru is formed by curling our tongue back, and That retroflex position corresponds to the element of fire, which of course illuminates. So the G and the R of Guru represent coming from darkness to light through the elements of space and fire. And then the vowel U is a very beautiful sound that represents pervading existence, the existence that goes forth. So we are going forth from darkness to light. Guru. Good emoji use. I am NBC. I am infinite. These two principles and primal powers influence both our body and mind. When out of balance, they cause psychic or physical disturbances or illness. Until the principles of Shiva and Shakti are united, we live in a world of duality from which our desires, wishes, and striving after happiness originate. When Shiva and Shakti become one, we become whole. These are the twin flames, by the way. When we marry Shiva and Shakti together within ourselves, the feeling of separation and the emotions connected with this, for example, a sense of being unfulfilled and incomplete, vanish. The union leads to balance, liberation, desirelessness, and contentment. In our world, duality prevails. Every state, every expression exists as an opposite. Masculine, feminine, positive, negative, hot, cold, good, bad, big, little, long, short, light, dark, wet, dry, clever, stupid, industrious, lazy. The list can go on ad infinitum. We have learned to think and judge according to these categories, but in reality, the apparent opposites are merely manifestations of the same principle, simply extremes of the same thing. One is a lack of the other. Therefore, lightness is a lack of darkness, and vice versa. Both are expressions of the ruling intensity of light, therefore reflecting the same principle. This simple example may be clear, but in the complexity of life, we are often unable to recognize the unity behind the duality. Through the Ajna Chakra, our third eye, however, we are able to look behind the scenes and realize that everything existing is a manifestation of God. The mantra syllables Hum and Ksham also stand for Ida and Pingala, the two main Nadis, rivers of energy upon which current flows in our body, which are tied to the moon and sun principles in the body. And the third and central Nadi, the Sushumna, the spinal column, represents the divine consciousness. Every 12 years, the biggest and most exalted spiritual festival in the world is celebrated at the place where the three holy rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati meet, the Mahakumbha Mela of Prayagraj. Prayagraj, also known by its Islamic name of Allahabad, lies at the confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna, close to Benares. I believe that this year, or in January, there is going to be that 12th year marking the Mahakumbha Mela. Ganga and Yamuna, which symbolize Ida and Pingala, flow above the ground, whereas Saraswati, the symbol of wisdom and pure divine consciousness, Sushumna, representing our spine, flows beneath the earth. During a specific planetary constellation that only occurs every 12 years, the Sarasvati rises to the surface and unites with the other two rivers. At the time of the Kumbh Mela, one can actually discern a stronger current and an intense flow of water at this place. Millions of people go there and immerse themselves in the water in order to free themselves of their karmas. For a yogi, the true Kumbh Mela occurs in the Ajna Chakra, where Ganga, Yamuna, and Sarasvati correspond with the main Nadis, Ida, Pingala, and Shushumna. The Ajna Chakra, where these three strong energy currents meet in the body, is also known as Trikuti Tata. Trikuti means meeting. The meeting of three. Other terms for the Ajna Chakra are Triveni Tata and Rukuti Tattva, which represents the eyebrow center. In many older illustrations of the chakras, one can see a twisted white cord made from 3 threads in the Ajna Chakra. This also symbolizes the 3 Nadis. In India, the Brahmins, the priests, or those of priestly social status, wear such a cord across their chests as a sign of purity of consciousness. It's called the sacred thread. When yogis purify these 3 nadis through concentration, meditation, and pranayama, they are able to keep their consciousness in the Ajna Chakra. With the merging of these 3 currents of energy in the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown, they attain the state of Samadhi, the highest level of consciousness. And just as the Kumbh Mela only takes place every 12 years, it is also only very seldom that all 3 nadis are active simultaneously. The body and energy channels are purified by regular practice of pranayama and hatha yoga, so that ultimately all 3 nadis can be aroused at once with the assistance of concentration and meditation. Specifically, the hatha yoga kriyas or shat karmas are neti, dhauti, basti, nauli, trataka, and kapala, and bhati. Trataka and kapala bhati. Perhaps some of you yogis know that. But we can tell when the Ida and Pingala are active when the flow of air in each nostril is the most clear. You may notice at any time that either your left nostril is very clear or your right, or both, or neither. When it's neither, it means your Ida and Pingala nadis are blocked. But most of the time, it's usually one or the other. But every now and then, both nostrils are clear at the same time, and that's the most auspicious time to meditate. You're at your highest state of mental clarity, and we should use that time to dive deep into our consciousness. With this, a radiant light appears in the Trikuti, and the yogis immerse themselves in this light, just as the faithful immerse themselves in the holy rivers at the Kumbh Mela. All karmas are dissolved in this light of divine love and wisdom. The following story can perhaps help us to visualize this. Complete darkness ruled for millions of years in a mountain cave. One day, a cave explorer found his way into the cave with a bright torchlight. What happened? Can darkness exist and remain of its own accord in a place where it had prevailed for so long? No. As soon as the light appears, darkness gives way. And what is the essence of bad karma? It is a violation of divine law that was a result of mistaken knowledge. Therefore, basically, darkness in our consciousness. In a peace mantra, it is said, Asato ma satgamaya. Lead us from unreality to reality. Tamaso ma jyotirgamaya. Lead us from darkness to light. All darkness disappears from our being the moment the light of knowledge and truth is ignited. What is light? Light is Atma Jnana and Atma Jyoti. The self-knowledge, the flame of the self, the light of one's innermost being. The divine flame burns constantly in our heart. When it rises and its beams penetrate the Ajna Chakra, any duality is dissolved. Shiva and Shakti, Purusha and Prakriti are again united. The flame of the self is nourished by the oil of love and devotion, and its wick is formed by concentration, meditation, and Guru Mantra. When it rises from the heart to the Ajna Chakra, it awakens bhakti within us, loving devotion. The purer the oil of our love is, the purer and stronger the flame burns. In the Ajna Chakra, we dive into the ocean of bhakti and attain immortality of the Atma. There, we'll pause our reading of the hidden power in humans. So, thank you for listening. We'll continue to inquire about the nature of the Ajna Chakra next time. And we'll begin to fall into our last section tonight, which will be a meditation. Thank you, Tiran, for the rose you sent earlier. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Romy, thank you for the meerkat. It's very cute. Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Deanna, thank you for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Helen, for your pair of roses. Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for the heart me and sunglasses. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. So should we definitely sleep on our back? Asks Told of Love. Well, I would talk to a physician, but the yogis often sleep with their spine as straight as they can be, either on their back or on their side. And thank you, Carrie King, for your trio of roses too. Jaya Satchitananda. And hello, Sarah Cerise. I know I'm pronouncing that name wrong. Sarah Series. Sarah E. Series. Anyway, welcome. Happy to have you here. Today I'd like to end with a meditation again of 108 repetitions. Allow me to reveal what that mantra is today. Given that we recently finished reading about the Vishuddhi Chakra our throat chakra, we learned that it has a central mantra, Hum, but also 16 sub-mantras, which, among other things, represents the 16 spiritual powers that may develop along the spiritual path. But linguistically, in our throat, it refers to the 16 vowel sounds that can be produced. These are im, im, rm, aim, aum, ahm. I could probably do a little better job pronouncing them, but in the first row, we have the root vowels, a, I, U, and they come in two lengths, the blink of an eye or the blink of two eyes, in sequence, not parallel. In the second row, we have the two liquids, the retroflex liquid, or the dental liquid, They also come in two lengths. Then we have the vowels formed by sandhi, by the joining of other vowels. The average of a and I is a, as that's a sound halfway in between on the vowel space. If you transition slowly between them, then that's I. Similarly, the average between a and u is o, halfway in the vowel space, or if you transition, that's ao. Then there is the nasalized vowel, and then there's the breathy vowel, and they all end with a nasalization, known as an anusvara. One more time. Im, im, rm, aim, aum, hum. These are the 16 vowel sounds of Sanskrit. And the sub-mantras of the Vishuddhi chakra. So saying them activates this chakra, clears it up, and gives us mastery over speech too. So together I'd like to do 108 repetitions of these. Allow me to just minimize the background music. There we are. And I'll be chanting on a Japa Mala, which is a quartz crystal mala, which is said to be dedicated to Sarasvati, the goddess of speech, of language, of knowledge. Very much associated with the throat. Without further ado. Amma mingi mum mum aham. Amma mimi mum aham. Amma mingi aham. Amma mimi sorry. Amma mimi aham. Amma mimi aham. Mimi momo murmurmarnarum Engai mom aham mim im hurmurmarnarum Engai mom aham mim im Aim aham mim im Aim aham im im Aim aham mim im Aim aham im im Aim right. Hum im im Aim aham 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 im im aham im im aham im im hum im im Aim hum im im Aim hum im im Aim hum im im arm. Aim, I'm, om, aum. Aham. Im, arm. Aim, I'm, om, aum, aham. Im, arm, Aim, I'm, om, aum, aham. Im, arm. 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 Aim, I'm, om, aum, Im, arm. Aim, I'm, om, aum, aham. 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 Im im arm aim om hum 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 sorry hum im arm aim om 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 hum Im im aim I'm 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 hum im im my apologies. Im im aim I'm hum 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 That's 108, I think. If I made sure to follow my beads correctly. Anyway, thereabouts. Wow. That was quite the mantra. Very challenging and very revealing of auspicious symmetries in the sounds of our vocal space. Almost every time I chanted that, some revelation of sound came to me. And often due to that, I messed up the next round. But yeah. How wonderful. I seem to have lost you. The chat has disappeared. Luckily, there's a button for that. If I ever miss it, I can have it reappear. There you are. So, thank you all for exploring this soundscape with me of the 16 petals of the Vishuddhi, the throat chakra. That really clears the throat, doesn't it? If you can chant that, then you can chant anything. Thank you to those who sent a gift while we were exploring that together. Like Peter, thank you for your rose earlier. And Steffi, thank you for your finger heart and heart me. Radhe oh Radhe. Starlight, wow, thank you for your flowers too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And BLXY, thank you for your hand hearts. There's some for you too. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. And Samra, thank you for your hand hearts too. Ram Ram. And thank you, dear Starlight, wow, for your applause. Here's some claps for you too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Haley, thank you for your rose too. Jai Satchitanandam. All right, with that, we've come to the close of our Sangha today. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I love how many different people come and go through here, so many different walks of life and experiences, and I love the diversity. I'm so grateful that I have a space that gets to include all of you. Dear Flower, you share that you're trying your best to still be happy and positive, but you feel defeated. Any advice? Aw. Don't try so hard. I think that's something subtle, that true happiness and positivity is effortless. It comes when we let go. We find that our natural state is full of vibrance, full of exuberance. It's all the stuff that we've dragged in from the outside that makes this life seem dark or dull. Once we find a way to release all that in an effortless way, we find our positivity shine brightly. Thank you, dear Dansuela, for your presence here as always. Much love to you too. Much love to you, dear Paisley. Thank you for being here. All right. Thank you, Cookie, for the rose you sent too. Radhe, Radhe, and Starlight, wow. Thank you for your tiny. Yippee! As always, I will upload the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. And there I hope that you find any value for free. Always, in case there's something more that you'd like to get out of these streams. And with that, the meditation and the different readings as well have their own dedicated playlists too. All right, my friends. Asato ma sadgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, murtyor ma amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. Om. Peace, peace, peace. May this be an offering to the divinity within you. Namaste, everyone. May you have a wonderful rest of your night or evening or afternoon, morning, whatever time it is for you. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste. Keep smiling, everyone.